What's up, Centurion? Yeah, but you're here. So how are you going to miss it? We're just now getting started. Unless you're about to take off. Your clock starts when I say something useful?
Useful.
Was that useful enough? All right, well, let's just jump in, shall we? Welcome back, everybody, to episode 5 of our modded career in Kerbal Space Program. We're still in the starting because, yeah, this dumb butt right here, we went with 20% science, which is, yeah, you can feel it. Loading screen manager settings, that's new. Interesting.
Something useful.
There, is that better? Did I fill the gaps? Alright, I did some last night I said that I wasn't going to do. I actually played Kerbal Space Program off stream, which I really want to avoid doing, because that's where a lot of my burnout comes from with this. It's just when I got an idea,
I gotta see it through.
All right, so what did you miss? Last night, I made enough money to upgrade the vehicle assembly building. Right, so now everything is level 2 with the exception of the admin building is still level 1. But everything else around the KSC is now level 2. I built a new truck. I probably need to come up with something better than just science truck number 2, but I built a new truck utility vehicle for getting around the KSC and, you know, maybe beyond. In fact, I was thinking about modifying this slightly more. We'll have to see. But anyway, we actually have a real truck, so to speak, I guess. I also modified the Seeker 2, which is what I decided to call this thing, the Seeker 2, right? I went ahead and added that Mark 1 Junior, which is, this is a 200 unit liquid fuel tank. And then I still went ahead and added the Mark for 300. So it's 300 extra fuel total. And it's got some legs now, right? I mean, it's good for a damn near 2,000 kilometers. But, right, it's about a ton over my upper mass limit recommendation for these landing gear, which means I've landed it heavy on the runway and it still kind of started vibrating and made me a little bit worried. Certainly not you certainly cannot land in a wilderness at this mass with these landing gear. Right, but we had the legs to go do that contract, so I flew that contract last night. That's where I made some of the money. Right, and then I also put Jeb Kerbin into orbit, but I put him into a normal orbit. And we got some EVA science. Centurion, yes. They're the only gear we have. Right, to get the retractable landing gear, we need to get 90... well, to here. But to do that, I would have to spend 45 science unlocking flight control. And then another 90 to unlock landing. Issue is, we have to be very careful about what we unlock. If it does not unlock the ability to get more science, it's a bad idea. Like, oh so bad. Right, what I really need is electrics down here for the Probodobodine. Right, and miniaturization to get the fairings. The issue we have with like launching satellites and probes is fairings. We don't have any. Now, because I do have universal science, we actually do have a better probe core. But I need to unlock general construction in order to actually get the universal storage 4-bay core. Which is what I'm thinking about doing. Right, because then we could actually put that in there. We have a nose cone that we could put on. So we really wouldn't have a fairing. It would still be a simplified... You know what? I think this is what we need to unlock. Now that I'm thinking about it more. Plus we get launch clamps. Which we're kind of in dire need of. Right, so we have... This thing is stupid expensive. Whatever this thing is 367,000 C-bills, whatever we want to call this, right? Kerbal funds. That is bonkers. Right, but we have this one, the basic subsatellite, which is 14,000. It's still expensive. Some of our science pro contracts don't pay that much. So we would lose money on them. However, we could technically do it without going down here to electrics. Right, but they would be short-lived because they would have to go up on battery power alone, right? Because we need electrics to get even simple solar panels. Now, I think we can, because we're up to 67 science. If I buy this, I do believe we can go around Kerbin to get a little bit more science. Right, the issue with getting around Kerbin to some of the different biomes is the amount of time it takes to go there. Right, and the fact that we have only have those chintzy landing gear. The other option is I can make, at least to be able to get more science around the KSC area. Right, like full science from the highlands, full science from the mountains, is making some sort of VTOL. Napsmart, I know I have not. That you don't get that until fuel systems, which is over here. That's over here. As I said, we have to be very careful about what we spend our science on, because it's not like we can go out and get a bunch more very easily. All right, so today we're still going to do a polar orbit to get more EVA science. There's still several biomes that we have not gotten any EVA science from. So we can do a polar orbit. If I buy this and we use the universal storage probe core, we could put up a couple of probes. Problem is, as I said, they're going to be limited on how much battery they carry, because we have no way to generate power other than a fuel cell. And Twitch is twitching again. Dang it, nabbit. Hildebrandt, what's up, buddy? I'm gonna unlock general construction. Done deal. There are some expensive parts in here. Why is that 32 grand for that nose trunk? And this passenger door is 32 grand. Why are these so much? Same with this Mark 1 cargo bay. Why is it so much? All right, launch clamps? Absolutely. Flags, you know we got to represent. Universal storage stuff? Yes, because it's the only reason, the real reason for unlocking this. Wait, is that a fairing base? Alright, the other stuff I'm not going to worry about too much. Struts, yes. These storage containers, why not? Alright, that'll work for now. I went ahead and I also, because I made the money, I went ahead and unlocked all the stuff that we hadn't unlocked yet earlier. Other than some of the stuff in here, because there's some of the stuff in here is still really expensive. Now it's more, I know. True enough. Alright, contracts. Alright, so we have some service readings. Some of these I don't think are nearby. I think some of these are pretty far away. Like, even the ones on the surface, I think some of them are pretty far away. Alright, but let's see what other contracts we have up. Yeah, all target scanning. I need to come up with I need a config to remove target scanning as an experiment. That's the TD-25 decoupler splashdown at Kerbin. That one we can do. Let's take that contract. Test the J33 Weasley turbofan in flight over Kerbin. 11,000 to 13,000 meters. Maybe? Problem is, I'd have to build an airplane specifically for it. I don't think we're going to downsize. Actually, no, I know how to do this. Alright, so we'll take that contract as well. Oh, not on those. Oh, that's a moon contract. Nope. Damn Twitch. The Twitch chat page keeps going black. The whole thing goes black unless I go click on it. All right. And we have some ScanSat ones. Right, low resolution altimetry scan of Kerbin. I'm gonna go ahead and take that contract. And then the multispectral ScanSat survey of Kerbin. Take that one. And that's our max 7 contracts. Okay, so let's do our test first. Oh, before I... Shit. Hold on. Before I do that, reload that back up. Because we unlocked struts, so now I can auto strut. Some of the parts. Which should allow us now to be able to go with 4x Fizz Warp in flight. Alright, I saved that. Alright, so now I'm going to pull that off. I'm going to scale the Weasley down. Alright. Except we're going to have to do another modification, which I'm not super fond of doing right now. Is we're gonna have to go to a V-tail. Alright, so this is just a one-off to test this in flight. And for this flight, we're gonna empty this tank. We're gonna fly with this tank empty. Right, to reduce our mass. In fact, yeah, that one won't have to be there. In fact, I'm gonna empty the two lead tanks here too. Right, to keep our mass lower. Alright, Val is gonna fly the mission and build a flight engineer so he can test this engine in flight. Alright, double check to make sure that is all we need for that. That's right, we gotta get up to 11,000 meters. With the reduced mass, we should be able to do it. But if we gotta fly that high, I'm gonna go ahead and put liquid fuel back in these tanks. I'm gonna leave that one empty though. Alright, let's fly it. We get above 11,000 meters, above 120 meters a second speed. Mystery goo. Just don't ask how it's made. Yeah, the jet engines, I gotta turn the volume down. Jet engines are way too noisy. Try not to ask how Mystery U is made. Well, good, because it's kind of a Soylent Green situation. Alright, our modified seeker is ready for takeoff. Val, you are cleared for takeoff. Hey, Hildebrandt. Chief, what's up? Yeah, it's a, Hildebrandt, it's a one-off for, a test. Alright, drop the nose, let us accelerate. Chief, not too bad. I ended up doing something I said I wouldn't do last night. I ended up playing Kerbal off stream until like midnight last night, as there was a couple of things I wanted to get done, like fixing this plane. This is a temporary configuration though for this test. But I did add enough fuel to fly a really long way, even with these shitty landing gear. Oh yeah, 4X Fizz Warp flight, baby. Have you noticed nothing on the plane moved? Auto struts for the win. Maki, it's actually not a better engine when you downscale it. I tweak scaled the engine down so it's the same as a same size as a Juno, but it's not nearly as efficient as a Juno. But I have a feeling we're gonna need to use it to be able to get this climb done. Oh, I gotta remember we're in 4X Fizz Warp. I gotta be a little more gentle on the controls. Alright, I'm gonna come out of time warp here, as we are in parameters, so let's go ahead and run the test that they want. There we go, test is complete. Alright, we can shut that engine down as we don't need it anymore. I am thinking about landing on the island runway though and grabbing science, because we're already out here. Actually, I don't need to. I can just spawn our vehicle out there and do it. Which is something we need to do. We need to spawn in all the different locations that we have and grab all the science now that we can do take surface samples. Look at those clouds though, dude. And those clouds look so good to make my plane look like crap. We're gonna go ahead and come in at a heading of 270. And the sky is gorgeous. Man, seeing the sky like this, it really makes me want to do this in 1/4 real scale. A V-tailed airliner would be weird. I haven't looked at any planet mods in a while. And the last time I really looked at a planet pack and we actually played it was JNSQ. Until that install broke on us. Heat shield stopped working. And we could not figure out why. I never turn out our landing lights. Oh well. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and go to flaps down. Now with our V-tail, we don't have as much pitch authority as we normally would. We're a little high. We're a lot high. We got 4 white lights. We're a lot high. I wish you could see those from further away. And we still bounced it. Still pretty heavy though for this vehicle, even with the you know, emptying out a lot of the fuel, because I knew we weren't going to be flying very far. All right, but that is a successful test completed. Let's recover that vessel. So Hildebrand, what planetary mods do you have your eye on? All right, contract complete. There's 30 grand. Let's do our next test. You know, I realized by watching the stream back and watching the videos on YouTube, I talk really, really fast. Really fast. All right, let's bust out the test rig. So I am consciously trying to slow down my speech. All right, you guys think I talk too fast? It's okay to say yes. Oh, what were we testing? The TD25 decoupler. And I guess especially if English isn't your native language, it would be even harder. Not much more of a challenge. All right, TD25. That one. Scale it down though so it doesn't look completely idiotic. All right, and once again, we need to test this splashdown, so I'm going to I have a feeling it's going to end up rolling over, though. Okay, unless I fill it with fuel. And it keeps the center of mass down low. Or lower. Let's try this. Our toys. Oh, car toys? I don't know if you'll like it or not, man. You get to build your own rockets and launch them into space. And if you're lucky, it might even let you make an airplane. What's up, car toys? How you been, man? Cartoys, have you been playing any Star Citizen lately? All right, we have met the parameters for the test, and there we go. Test complete. Give me the money. Cartoys, I assume though that you you watched CitizenCon. I was hoping they would show more, especially with engineering, because basically they've kind of revamped engineering, which is why we hadn't heard anything on it in so long. Yeah, they kind of scrapped big parts of it and started over. But the Genesis tech looks amazing. It looks so good. All right, so that is a lot for one day. So let's go ahead and warp to the next day. We also don't have any Kerbals available for what comes next. I need to go in a tracking station and see what what contracts here are local. All right, so we do have some service contracts right here near the KSC. Yeah, I feel you on that, Cartoys. I haven't really played since Invictus. Hildebrandt, you know, that actually, we probably could have made it a rubber duck, but yeah, we were testing a decoupler. Yeah, Cartoys, I have a feeling we're not going to see base building for some time yet, though. I mean, we're supposed to see, at least in the PTU, maybe, the early crafting, but it's going to be simple stuff, just weapons and armor. I have a feeling we're not going to see base building for a while. Cartoys, yeah, I've seen a lot of guys from my corp have been playing with your guys, the ones that are actively doing all the events. I burned myself out, I think, last time. I do it every time when I start playing Star Citizen. Just like Kerbal, I burned myself out. I burned a candle at both ends. But yeah, this is my engine test stand that we're currently using. Oh, we have clamps now. I forgot about that. Actually, I don't need those as legs anymore. Isn't there a remove from staging? Was that from a mod? I thought there was a remove from where you could remove launch clamps from staging if you wanted to. I guess not. Alright, let's save that, because now that will actually be in place. Let's take our new truck out to run this contract for the ones that are nearby, and also see if there's any other science to be had from around here. So Bob, take your new fancy truck for a spin, buddy. So Car Toys, what have you been playing lately? I had also been playing a lot of MechWarrior 5 recently, but it got an update that nobody saw coming, and now all the mods broke again. So now I gotta wait for all the mods to update. So if you're wondering why we haven't been playing MechWarrior 5, that is the reason. Dang. I always end up with all this dust on my mouse pad. That makes my mouse not work. Alright. What is nearby? That one is 1,300 meters. Over there. Forgetting to give that something. But yeah, this thing can light up the sky, man. I don't need Kerbal flight indicators at the moment. With the longer wheelbase, this vehicle is much more stable than our little earlier science buggy. Right, make sure there's no big terrain scene there. Oh, ditch. Yeah, we don't have the ground clearance to go through that ditch. Well, that's because we're not part count limit constrained as much anymore. Right, our part count limit went from 30 to 255. Right, so we can make things look more detailed and less janky. And of course he fell on his face. Alright, so get an EVA report for the contract. Surface sample, any science, not super much going on, but anything from Magoo, hair. We need all the hairs of science we can get. Alright, and our next one is over there. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the disco. But yeah, this thing lights up everything. Das Wolf! Destroyer, how you doing? Welcome back, guys. How are you guys doing today? Alright, we need to go hit the roundabout. Just can't really drive through that ditch. And your gym bag ready? About time you wash those socks, dude. Hey, MGB, what's going on, man? Yeah, we, with the part count limit increase from 30 to 255, we can actually start making our stuff look cool. Right? We don't have to, you know, make everything janky. And I just realized if it wasn't for grounded, we would be screwed for science. And you still fell on your face. Alright, so we're doing a contract gathering. Oh! Yeah, don't spaghettify yourself. Alright, I'm gonna quick save. Come on, let us back in. Let us back in. I had to do the old run and jump to get on board. I may actually have to put a ladder, an extendable ladder out. Because if you touch the wheel, by the way, that's even if with the vanilla wheels, don't let your Kerbals walk into them. Don't let them touch them. It'll yeet the vehicle off into the distance. Alright, so now we need to go get a surface sample. Off this direction. Chief, you like that it actually looks like a truck? Yeah. I was trying to come up with something that's a little bit more of a universal platform for, so that we can, as we unlock more parts for some of the things that we want to do with it. I really like Grounded. And Grounded, unfortunately, is only a partially finished mod. Right? The mod author was supposed to come back and do a bunch more stuff, and he just never got to it. Right? Same with Airplane Plus. Also, yes, it very much looks like a Lego truck. Right, the inspiration once again is from the little yellow utility vehicles you see in the background inside the editors, right? Like the spaceplane hangar and the vehicle assembly building, the yellow service vehicles you see moving around. That was the inspiration behind the mod. That time we almost had it. Well, shit on my biscuits. Oh, so when the wheels don't have any pressure on them, they don't flip. I'm surprised the antennas didn't break. Oh, this is a bummer. Oh, are you serious? It's like staked into the ground with these antennae. Let's see if I retract these, if it makes a difference. I thought by hitting the wheels, it would bounce it around a little bit more, but it is not. Oh, I got it to move. Ugh. Dark Warho, what's going on, man? The drive shaft greasing position? Yep. Alright, well, we're gonna have to recover it and then drive out here again. And since I have to recover it anyway, I'm gonna put on ladders so we don't have to worry about that again. So we can get it back into the vehicle without it rolling on us. Yeah, we need a rocket-assisted rollover assistance. Yeah, keep the rubber side down, just like riding a motorcycle. Yes, indeed. I'm wondering though if these block the entrance. Well, only one way to find out, right? All right, build the engineer. Find it out for us. Dark, it makes you want to play Kerbal again. Yeah, this, by the way, the parts for this truck are from the mod called Grounded. It's the same mod author that made Airplane Plus. Kind of silly you have to do this, but why'd you get out that side? It works. I might try to might do something a little slightly different. All right, now we got to drive all the way back out there to get this contract done. Well, I realize now, though, with that, I can make another change that I wanted to do. I was going to make it sit even higher for a little, slightly more ground clearance. Well, like 1 notch. Now we can because the ladder goes all the way down. Oh, shit! I gotta stop for a second. Oh, damn. We just went full send. I did not see that, and all of a sudden I was like, oh shit. Oh. Bill, you're one lucky Kerbal, dude. Wow. I was like, oh look, we're almost doing 100 miles an hour, and yeet! I mean, we cleared that like smooth as hell, dude. Okay, there's no other ditches we're coming up on, right? Okay. Well, when you're at the lower camera level, you can't see that kind of stuff until it's too late. But I mean, we went right across that like we meant to do that. Oh, that was, man, that was so smooth. That means our truck is extremely well balanced, right? The mass is distributed equally. Whew. As hell, the truck didn't even notice. I clenched because I thought we were going to be kissing Bill goodbye. Yeah, I meant to do that. I thought for sure we were gonna hit that ditch or land in the second ditch on the other side. No, man. Smooth sailing. Man. It's a decent ways out. It was like 5 kilometers out. No EVA button there. Interesting that Bill gets out of the vehicle on the other side compared to the others. All right, we got our surface sample. All right, are there any other contracts around? No, does not appear so. Everything else is far away. And these are on the ground over here. Our little service vehicle looks out of sorts sitting all the way out here. All right, let's drive it back with it, and let's not yeet over the ditches. Yeah, we're driving over 100 miles an hour right now. There we go. There's about 100 miles an hour. At least with the ads on my end, Twitch changed something, as I used to only make like $3 or $4 a month off of ads, and it's like, who cares? But now it's like 30 or 40, even with, you know, very few viewers. No. Oh, you're on the wrong side of the road, you buddy. Rain seems. That was too funny, man. Going full send over the top. I mean, it looks like it's like that, not that big of a deal, but if you hit one of these ditches, oof. And the steering is not very responsive. All right. This'll work. You know, there's a mod, I can't remember the name of it, but it actually let you walk Kerbals out the doors that are in the different buildings. You could actually pick what building and what door of that building you wanted to walk out of. All right, Bill got a multiple contracts ribbon and a curb and surface EVA ribbon. It's the first time he's gone EVA, huh? All right, and that is contract complete. That gets us some more money. All right, now the name of the game is more science. More science! All right, I'm gonna lift it up in the air even slightly more to get a little bit more ground clearance out of it. Where's the center mass, by the way? Oh, right in the middle. No wonder it didn't, like, you know, go face down or ass up. Face down, ass up. The center mass just happens to be lined up right in the middle. All right, so we lifted our utility truck. All right, what is next? I don't think we're gonna... That's a really long flight and you gotta land in the wild. I really don't want to do that with these landing gear. Low resolution scan of Kerbin. Oh, there's one other thing I built as well. This is what I sent Jeb up on yesterday to get some more biome science data and also to complete another contract. Right, plus I wanted to test it for reentry, and it's stable on reentry even without any guidance input. And now I don't need these because we have launch clamps now. All right, I want to see if I can't do what we need to do to be able to make a universal storage launch vehicle, right? This is a remote operation system, which gives you, like, basically probe core control. payload. Pretty big, actually. Alright, because this would give me control. It's a matter of being able to get... Put some batteries in on that side. I have a contract for this. What if I were to do... This way the decoupler would blow away, along with that exposing the radar altimeter. Right, so that would be our satellite. How much let you charge that? 1,000? Would that be enough battery for this thing to be able to scan the planet? How much are these batteries anyway? $440 a piece. They're not that expensive. Wait, why is that one a double? And they're not 440 a piece, they're 1,000 a piece. Probably because of their height. Oh, that's why, yeah, they're double height. Okay. Remember, we don't have any solar panels, so this thing would have to be able to have enough electric charge. How much does this pull? One a second. And it uses 1 electric charge a second. That's 3,000 seconds. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's what it's looking like. Unless we have a fuel cell. We do have a fuel cell for our vehicles, but well, it was an idea, but yeah, we're not going to be able to have enough electricity. We'd have to carry so much battery, and it would be cost prohibitive because this contract doesn't. This is already half of what the contract pays. Well, it was an idea. I want to see something though, real quick. Where would it have put? Those are kind of interesting, at least. I just wanted to see what they look like real fast, because we can't launch this either without a fairing. This has to be inside of a fairing. Now that we do have that universal storage, I'm kind of rethinking this a little bit. Yeah, these are from, these parts are from Universal Storage, if you're wondering. Not sure what I would actually put in there. I have this already full of a bunch of stuff. Alright, this thing to pull all the science, the experiment return unit to pull all the science back. Plus, I needed this to keep the mass of this low. I'm not sure I'm seeing any advantage to using the universal storage bay at this point. But we just unlocked it, so I'm looking at it. Other than being able to launch this up unmanned. This could be launched up unmanned. I do want this to have just a slightly more fuel to go into a polar orbit. Now auto strut this together. Keep this thing from being so wibbly wobbly. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to launch a Kerbal into a polar orbit to get all of the biome science that we can. And then I'm thinking about actually having him land, instead of coming back at the KSC, landing on the ice shelf or something to get more science from a biome that that would be very difficult to get to any other way. Hammer time. Onka, yep. This is way more energy than we need, but... And it's so hard to not think of this as a phallic object. Right, stick and stones. Nosy Rocketeer, what's up, man? Yep, more struts. Yes. All right, so as I said, both Jeb and Val have been to space. Jeb was the last one to go. Well, now they've both been in orbit. So Val, we're gonna put in, and because Jeb got his EVAs done, so she'll get her EVAs done, and we're gonna launch into a polar orbit by flying south. The reason we're gonna go south is that we launch over water, so the first stage, you know, and the our little stone boosters, you know, won't be smacking any Kerbals in the face on their way down. And this is purely for science. This launch is just for science. What's going on, Nosy? How you been, man? How you doing today? Jada Mar, when the hell did you sneak in, dude? Jade, when did you sneak in?
That's some bullshit you sneak in like that.
What's going on, Jade? How you been, buddy? All right, let's go ahead and get guidance set. Yeah, oh shit, I noticed you. All right, for a rocket, we gotta turn the noise back up. All right, polar orbit. The reason for the polar orbit is that we can get hit every biome, right? We can get an EVA report from every single biome on the planet. Because sooner or later, you're going to go over the top of it in a polar orbit. Because the planet's rotating underneath you. Range is hot. Valentina Kerman is cleared for launch. Commencing countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Main engine start. 1 and liftoff. Where am I going? I need to be that way. I was looking at the wrong marker on an ab ball. We blew right past Mach 1 and Max Q, didn't we? Alright, so our guidance wasn't quite set. Come on, Rocket. Come over for me. Alright, I'm gonna throttle us back here some. We got lots of extra energy, so... I really don't like deviating this far over, but... And the reason you can't just go 180 degrees, you have to kind of go a little bit off, is you have to counter the rotation of the planet. Right? It actually costs more delta V to go into a polar orbit than it does to just launch east. I'm a little rusty. Plus, launching at stock scale is so weird because the planet's so small and the atmosphere is so tall. Alright, stand by for main engine cutoff. Alright, we have main engine cutoff. Alright, we have good stage separation. And upper stage ignition. Alright, stand by for second cutoff. And then we'll enter a coast period. We're gonna go into a 150 kilometer orbit. That's always like my target orbit, is just 150 kilometers. And Seco 1. Alright, we're over water. We've already gotten an EVA with a report over water from Jeb, so no need. Oh, Jade, you did? I missed it, buddy. Sorry. You gotta stop hiding in the corner, man. You've killed so many bills. I try not to kill Kerbals. Like I go way out of my way to not kill Kerbals. And I've taken a break for like 3 years from playing, but I have stupid hours in this thing. And by the way, whose idea was it to do 20% science? Because that guy's an idiot.
And that idiot is me.
Alright, stand by for engine startup to circularize. Oh, we're over the cold ocean. I don't remember that biome, but we need to burn. And we'll see about getting the cold ocean if we're still over it. Alright, we have good orbit. 153 over 148. We'll take it. Alright, we have engine shutdown. We have full engine shutdown. We're still over the cold ocean, so let's get Valentina her EVA badge. Get that EVA report, Val. Val got her first spacewalk in. And I get that obligatory orbital screenshot. A weird line there. I'm gonna flip the rocket over here. Southern Ice Shelf. Let's go ahead and EVA Val once more. Get that EVA report. By the way, the best screenshots are from polar orbits. Put your visor down. Yeah, don't remove your helmet. I'll have to go for a real spacewalk. Just Lexi banged your knee on your desk. It might be over for the desk or your knee. Oh, Jade, yes, okay, okay, yes. Two Slider, welcome back. How you doing today? Yeah, KSP2 kind of just like killed me. Right, the desire to play Kerbal, plus I'd burned myself out. You know, and I saw parts, I guess Nate Simpson's still giving him interviews to some people over KSP2. I saw parts of one yesterday with some YouTuber. I'm not sure, it's somebody I've never heard of. It's not somebody that's been like part of the Kerbal community that I'm aware of anyway. But, yeah, I just, no. His real, like, what he was, like, talking about, it's quite clear, even though he says he has over 2,000 hours in a game, which he may very well have, it really sounds like all of his hours were in, when Kerbal was in early access. Right? So all the teething pains that Kerbal 1 went through, he thought were, like, part of the DNA. Like for example, like the wobbly rockets. Right? Where I know for a fact Squad worked for years to fix that shit. And finally came up with the autostrut idea. You know, and this whole thing about making it a trek to go after alien artifacts. No. I don't know, I like it much better. Like, I like the idea better. Like, for example, like a lot of the artifacts on Kerbin, they're from Kerbals, like ancient Kerbals, like the pyramids. So it'd have been better to find out, right, that, you know, maybe the Kerbals, something devastating happened. right? And they may not actually be from Kerbin. They could be from somewhere else. So as they ventured out and start finding these artifacts, they find out that they're from an ancient Kerbin species, you know, spacefaring species. That would have made more sense. I would have liked that, I guess, better, right? Than some alien technology, you know, alien artifacts that you keep finding, you know, on your interstellar journey. I don't know, some of the stuff he was saying, as I said, clearly points that he didn't pay much attention to Kerbal after the Kerbal 1 after it went to 1.0 release. Like, he wasn't even aware of some features that were in the game. And again, it tells me, you know, his playtime was when it was all in early access. And we're back over to Cold Ocean. We already have the Cold Ocean. The black goo. What's the black goo? Oh, for those weird engines? Well, no, see, Kerbal 2 wasn't really Kerbal 2. It was built on old KSP1 code, which they swore up and down it was all being rewritten fresh, but no. That's right, yeah, but you can mod that into this. Textures unlimited. Now we're just over water. I didn't like that the parts in KSP2 looked like they were from Fisher-Price. Right, I don't know, there was something about the textures with KSP2 that I didn't like. Yeah, you could change the colors, but there was something about the textures that I did not like. They had a very plasticky look to them. So Jade, what have you been up to, man? We'll time warp a little bit here. See if we can't. Already grasslands I've already collected before. Mountains we've already gotten before. Highlands we've already gotten before. The goal of this mission is more science. We do not have a contract for this, so we're paying for it out of pocket. Right, as I said, some dumbass decided that we're going to go with 20% science. Big grasslands. Yep, and it's dark. Can't see anything. Alpha, yeah, it was all plastic looking. I mean, it looked like your rockets were made from Fisher-Price. Mountains, we already have. Highlands again, we already have. More mountains. Grasslands. Shores. We need Badlands. And inland water. But we can also just enjoy the view for a moment. Old shores. Alright, we got cold shores. Jade, I'm sure I've asked you this before, but since you're doing OPT spaceplane now, how viable are they for 1/4 real scale? This is stock scale, just FYI. Tundra. That we need. Ice caps, we need that. Northern ice shelf, we need that. Oh, I missed the northern ice shelf. Okay, so it is for 2.5. Okay, because when I built out this install, I ended up doing a 1/4 real scale install too, just because of the fact that I couldn't decide between the two. I just haven't proofed out the 1/4 real scale one because it's got a lot more mods than this does. It feels really weird launching in the stock scale. I hope that KSA has a slider where you can just change the scale on your, however you want to do it. That would be so nice, right? To be able to change the scale to planets natively. Jade.
Triggered!
I know that feeling. Yeah, before I started doing this again, I was looking on YouTube and just out of curiosity for any newer tutorials that people have been making, and man, people are still repeating the same garbage of, oh yeah, the best easiest way to get to orbit is launch straight up until you reach 45 degrees or 45 kilometers up, and then just do a 90-degree turn, right? Just rotate the rocket 90 degrees. I'm like, oh, no! Why do people still teach that? All right, ice caps we have. Tundra we have it now. Shores we have, grasslands we have. Cold shores we have, right? Cold ocean we have. I know he was working on one for when it went for the original Parallax, but then Lynx did Parallax Continued or whatever this one's called. And since it's rewritten from scratch, Bob would have to start over again. I think he said, "Yeah, I'm done." And I don't even know what's up with Galileo. His life is gone. Whoop! All right, so I'm just doing a little slow time warp here as I'm just looking at our biomes to know when to get Valentina out to collect that data, because we need all the science we can get, man. Because this dumbass chose 20% science. So we gotta milk everything. Deserts we already have. And just gotta enjoy the view while we have it. Not the chosen one. What's going on, buddy? What is I've heard a few people talk about Promised Worlds. I have no idea what that is. Ah. Old Ocean. We have that already. Man, how awesome does that look, though? By the way, this is stock scale. This is a field of view trick. So if you don't know, if you really want to take some awesome screenshots, if you hold down the left alt key and scroll in, you get epic views like this. But if you hold it down and go the other way, you can get some weird, like, fisheye lens style going, if you really want it, right? And then just double click your mouse button and it'll reset. But you can get some awesome screenshots, right? Like this. Is that a nice shelf that we already have? Right, so the Badlands are almost directly opposite of the KSC, so it's over here. So we may have a while before, or we may have to do a couple more orbits before we get to some of the other biomes. Yeah, I know it is hard to do. I haven't done it, but I know from talking to all the Team Galileo guys. But you wanted to put Stanton in KSP, huh? Alright, we're over to Cold Ocean again. Water. K-Cal Bella? What is the Bello? What is that? Alright, grasslands. Highlands, grasslands, highlands. Mountains. Grasslands, shores, grasslands, highlands. So, anybody coming in, wondering what we're doing? We are milking every last bit of polar science we can get. Badlands, there we go. I think that's other than inland water. Oh wait, is inland water a biome in Stock Kerbin? Is not stock. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, that means I'm pretty sure we've gotten every biome. So we are free to make our re-entry burn. If we were to do our burn now, we would land in the ocean over here. Yep, let's do it. Won't be too far from the... Well, it's going to keep rotating. Oh, it's actually going to rotate this way. We'll actually be landing, technically. Actually, we might even end up in the land over here. But we won't be too far from the desert landings. We won't be too far from the desert. Alright, we just came over the pole. Alright, let's go ahead and lose our upper stage. Alright, arm the chutes. And we have atmospheric interface. Alright, Val. You're on re-entry trajectory. Well, you've been on re-entry trajectory. You are doing re-entry. That cloud formation is just awesome. Jade, did you see the CitizenCon presentation with their Genesis tech on planet generation? And you're gonna need some tissues and some alone time after watching that. But I probably should actually, just so I know where we're at relative to it. And we're 440 kilometers out from the desert. Oh, we've already passed over it. No, it's up there. Never mind. And the Genesis tech that they showed off with CitizenCon, for what, and it's going to be start rolling out next year, is wow. Jade. By the way, for anybody that hasn't seen me really do this before, I primarily rely on the game's physics for re-entry vehicles. Right, so there's no SAS, there's no atmospheric autopilot, there's nothing on. Right, it is purely physics of the game. So I try to make sure that the re-entry vehicles are stabilized based on physics and not reaction wheels or anything else. Hey, Joker, what's going on? There's always going to be more bugs. That's always going to be a thing. Anytime you're adding stuff to a game, there's going to be more bugs. How you been, Joker? What's going on? I mean, that's par for the course, but I will say that, Star Citizen has been getting smoother and smoother and smoother, though. It used to be so bad. It was literally like tons of memes about it, how bad it used to be. Societies, what's up, my friend? How you doing today? I don't think we're gonna make the water. I think we're gonna end up landing in a desert. But there's the desert landing, or the desert runway. You can see it. And the markers are the desert launch site, but there's our desert facility. Had to get a screenshot of that because that's just amazing looking. The clouds and then us streaking across the sky. Firefly, by the way, is the name of the mod that gives these re-entry effects. And yeah, we're definitely landing in a desert. Yep, there's the desert airfield. That's ridiculous, isn't it? All right, passing through 15,000 meters altitude. That's only a 3G re-entry. And Val is subsonic. Passing through 11,000 meters. Their crew report for flying over the desert. Anything else to be had? Yeah, temperature scan, actually. Oh, I doubled those up. Those don't need to be doubled up. The thermometer and barometer are doubled up on this. I just realized. I applied them in symmetry. Alright, we have 3 good shoots. Alright, we're gonna do something dangerous and have Val get an EVA report. Because we need all that science. And we're only 39 kilometers from the desert launch site. It's literally right over that hill. It gave you an itch to build towns? Alright, let's get that little bit of magnetometer data. A little bit of mystery goo. Let's get a surface sample. Alright, but Val is home safe and sound. Let's recover a vessel. Jade, I believe it does. Because there's a guy, he made a guide on how to make your own decals. Right, so that it does, you can like blank out areas that you don't want anything. Like, I was actually gonna look because I need one for the KSC extended. And by the way, in 1/4 real scale, it's even worse. Right, half the stuff is, well, A, it's all spread out again. And then B, there's, you know, stuff everywhere. But I was looking at it and I was trying to figure out the best way to actually go about it. Alright, we brought back 16.5 science. Alright, and Val got a Research 2 ribbon, a Dangerous EVA ribbon, a Kerbin EVA ribbon, and a Kerbin Orbital EVA ribbon. Alright, and we got 44 science. 1 science away from unlocking flight control or advanced rocketry. I'm not sure either one of them is actually going to help us out. We really need something from the 90 tier hit down here. Alright, so now what we need to do is roll our truck out at all the locations and get whatever science we can get off of it. Off of all the different launch locations. So who's available to us? Bill the engineer, we'll send him out first. Alright, let's start at Nye Island. Any locations that we have unlocked, we'll launch out there and see if we can't, what science data we can get. Easiest way to get it. Oh, that's right. We've been over here before. This is just shores stuff. But yeah, there is nothing out here. 0.1 science from that. Observe the goo. Nothing. Let's just double check. Yep, that's it, because this is still the shores biome out here. It is quite the plateau this runway is sitting on. Where is this, anyway? Way over there. Alright, let's go ahead and recover this. Jade, those poppy lights do work. It's just they're really hard to see. I mean, you have to be pretty close before you can see them. 0.01 science. Alright, next location. I guess if you made them bigger, would they be... They might be easier to spot. I don't think you can see light illumination, though, from that far out. Alright, Bob, where else can we send you? Island Airfield, maybe? Nothing from any of those. 0.1 science. Nothing from that. Now we get a full surface sample. We can come back out again and get a partial. But that gives us our science for 45. Alright, recover. Dirt Jones, that's what the mod is inspired by. Right, this mod is called Grounded. I like it very much. Alright, we brought back 1.9 science. I still can't believe that fairings are under advanced construction. We need fairings. And solar panels. Actually, we need solar panel. We need electrics even more. Plus, it also gives us another experiment to get more science and a probe core. We're halfway to electrics. Electrics would allow us to actually start launching things uncurbed for a bit. So I'm going to save that science, and we're going to see... let's see if we can't get to 90 science and get electrics. Dude, I asked him that earlier, and he said yes. Oh, not what I wanted. That. I'm debating of doing some type of VTOL. Or... Alright, I'm gonna unlock this part. I have another idea. Early prop engines. I'm going to try to make something that we can use that is fairly low mass with a high wing load, so it can fly really slow, which makes it easier to land out in the wild, and have it prop driven. Even though all the engines that I just unlocked are all 1.25 meter engines. And tweak scaling them down may not be the best idea. Alright, we're running Airplane Plus, but I'm not running the other one, CAX, the Kerbal Aircraft Expansion. I'm not running that. That one actually does have 0.625 meter prop engines. Jade, I don't know. My guess would be maybe. Maki, that's the idea. We won't be flying it very far, but I want something that's easier to be able to land in the mountains or mountain terrain and. Right, so I need a high mount to keep the engines out of the, away from the ground, and the wingtips away from the ground. As I said, small and low mass. Normally I'd angle the engines back down to so they're the level, but I'm going to leave them like this because it'll give us better STOL performance. And I'm tempted to go even steeper on the angle of incidence there. Let's clean that up some. All right, we're gonna call it the OP Observer Plane 3 Alpha since we're plane number 3 basically. I need a name. Jay, do you want a flying weed whacker? A bush plane? We can call it the Bushmaster. There we go. It's official. It's the OP-3A Bushmaster. I don't know if these engines are going to work, just FYI. Alright, landing gear. I mean, a very narrow fuselage, or a very, very narrow track. That's a lot of wing, though. Look how much wing that is. That is so much wing. Yeah. Sure, why not? There's a lot of wing. For such a small plane. As I said, though, I don't know if these things scaled down to this will provide any power. Oh, I need to also change the spring rate. By the way, on these fixed landing gear, go to full spring rate. Just FYI, don't let it auto spring. Just max them out. And I'm tempted to put copy these structural pods and put them on the sides to mount these a little bit further out. We'll see how stable this is. Never mind. I was gonna do something stupid, but I'll hold. We have a lot more details to add, but let's see if this is even viable first. We have more science experiments to add, lighting, all that stuff. Alright, one final save. Jeb is our only Kerbal available today, so... And we're gonna go from the desert airfield for this test. Marius, I don't know. Well, let's find out if this thing's even gonna fly first. Right, we're downscaling these engines, and it's generally a bad idea. Oh, it's sitting pretty far nose down. I didn't think it was sitting that far nose down. All right, one more time. What's up, Marius? How are we doing today? But yeah, we'll add more fuel depending on what we need. I'm trying to keep the mass as low as possible. This doesn't necessarily have to fly very far. I need it to be able to be easy to land in the wilderness. Right, I always double check flight control. Oh, I forgot the action group. We'll have to do this inside the editor again, but for now. And I am going to double flap it. That sounds funny when you think about that phrase.
I'm gonna double flap it.
What does that even mean? All right, Jeb. Let's engine start, buddy. Let's see what these got. They sound good. All right, taxi test. They are not very powerful. That's a long takeoff run. Oh, they can't maintain. They can't maintain any type of no, they don't produce enough power to fly. Not really. We can hop. Yeah, scaled down, they don't provide enough power. Yeah, there's no V1 at all. As I said, scaling down the engines was probably not a good idea. And these are all going to end up being any of the other engines. If I same thing, if I downscale them, they're not going to have enough power. This is going to look really weird, but it's the only way we're going to be able to get this to work. And now it'll be high performance. I guarantee you that. This thing is gonna, I mean, not gonna have any issues with taking off. Let me tell you. This thing is gonna scoot. This thing is gonna move out with a authority. This is gonna be, this is way overkill for what I want. Oh, and of course there's that. The landing gear now have to be moved. I actually am almost thinking about doing a single jet engine up on top and do a V-tail. Need those to come forward some. But if I wanted to be a VTOL, this is the way to go. Not VTOL, but STOL. Short takeoff and landing. Oh, I actually meant to do this at the desert airfield, but that's alright. We're here now. I turn the volume back down on the spacecraft because these are just loud. Alright, Jeb. I have an idea to actually make that look even better. NGB, this is like that tweak scale is going round and round and round, and this is not the same tweak scale that somebody took over. This one is pretty good. That being said, it may not recognize tweak scaled stuff from other tweak scales. Oh, that's right. I forgot that. Action group those. Wow. Flying at 27 meters a second. So the idea with this is to be able to land it in difficult biomes. Ryder, you like the plane design? I wanted to go with prop engines, but we don't have any that'll work for this. Yeah, well, that's why I wanted prop engines, but right, we gotta make a couple of adjustments, but I think it's gonna work. Like for the takeoff is pretty sweet. It's easy to control at low speeds, which is why I wanted so much wing area. Right, I mean, 30 meters a second and we're flying. The lights in here are almost too bright. Why does the plane move around, changing tough X? Alright, it's gonna need more science experiments. Alright, that way we can collect these in flight, if need be, without actually having to get anybody out. And we don't know what the range is going to be just yet. Alright, so reusable experiments first. Crew report. Pressure data. Temperature. Conduct material study. Observe mystery goo. Your card. What's up, buddy? Yes, and it's tweak scale rescaled because you'll see there's like 6, or 5 or 6 different rescales or tweak scales. I think this one goes back to the original tweak scale author. That being said, though, because if it's not the same tweak scale that you used before, if you import craft files, they may not work. Right? They may be blown out of proportion. Gonna sneeze. One moment. All right, better. Oh, we're forgetting. Yes, what's up? How you doing? Thank you, sir. Oh, magnetometer just in case. Pancake, you're doing some of your own engineering today, such as... Yeah, for everybody just joining us, what we're doing here is we're making a science plane that is hopefully able to land in more biomes easily. Because this dumbass decided that we're going to run this at 20% science. So we need to milk every last bit of science that we can get off of Kerbin. High output volume? You sure? Because I am peeking in the yellow for the mic. Is my volume low to anybody else? You redesign your little rail mount for your hot end? What is a hot end? To make it more stable? What's a hot end? Is that something you push dollar bills into? Sorry, couldn't help it. Maki, no. At that point, that you're getting silly at that point. Ah, the printhead for your 3D printer. Okay. You could have just said yes. Oh, we're gonna need a couple batteries too. Alright, save it. Alright, I think it has what it needs for its maiden journey. And this time we are going to take off from the desert airfield. And we are going to go to the pyramids. Does anybody not know about the pyramids? I need to bring a vehicle out here and put in some waypoints for approach vectors and whatnot for out here, but... Alright, one last check. Alright, there we go. Alright, off to the pyramids we go. Alright, Jeb, you're cleared for takeoff. Maki... maybe? I don't quite remember. We don't actually have to go up that far. They're not that far away from here. Literally, like, right over here. I'll have to throttle down because this thing is gonna just want to fly. Between the high angle of incidence and the angled engines, this thing is going to want to keep climbing until it hits equilibrium somewhere. Maki, you think I should make it even harder? Is that what you're saying? The 20% science stupidity is not enough? And in hindsight, I don't know what the hell I was thinking with 20% science, because damn. I forgot to action grip our lights. Messiest, for the terrain textures, it is parallax continued. For the sky, scatterer, the water, all that is Blackrock's volumetric clouds. You're Nathan Man. What's going on, man? How you doing today? Has anybody never been to the pyramids? Or not known that they existed? There's a few, like, Easter egg sites like this on Kerbin. Yeah, well, it's the mountains biome, so we're getting all of this. Alright, we're gonna have our thing collected all. I should actually drop a waypoint right here so we know exactly where it's at. Yeah, now, just so you're aware, Blackrock's volumetric clouds mod is behind. You have to subscribe to his Patreon for at least 1 month to get access to it, and it's worth it in my opinion. Right? I mean, it's absolutely stunning. The re-entry mod they did for these effects, this is from Firefly, is the name of that mod. But the clouds, dude, the clouds are just ridiculous. And wait till you see the storms. Right, the storms are insane. And this is obviously some of the textures from Parallax Continued. Right, look at those clouds. Like, seriously, look at the clouds.
God damn!
Right, but the clouds are, I mean, they're just, it makes flying planes so much better. Right, I mean, look at this. Screen space reflections. I mean, this is, like, hard to believe this is KSP1. Right, I mean, look at this. Right, and yet the storms, lightning, like, I mean, it's just crazy. So yeah, it is definitely worth the 1 month subscription to get access to it. All right, let's create a waypoint here. Use active vessel location. I'm gonna use the G. Make it purple. All right, and pyramids. All right, and this is actually an easy mountain landing spot too. All right, let's head back to the airfield. It's only 25 kilometers. So if you go to the desert airfield, fly 25 kilometers east, like due east. And you'll run into the pyramids. And if you fly due north, I don't remember how far it is exactly, but it's pretty far north. You'll run into the original KSC launch site. Like the old school one. They left it in as an Easter egg. World first milestones. You have discovered some desert pyramids on Kerbin. There's also a crashed UFO. Well, a crashed flying saucer, I guess, is the better way to put it. Plane is not meant to fly very fast. It's way overpowered. I wanted to use prop engines, but they don't provide enough power for this scale. Yeah, we don't talk about KSP2.
Because it's hot flipping garbage.
And because this thing flies so easy, we actually have decent flight time. We just don't go very fast. You know, actually, while we're out here, I should probably actually see what the actual cruise altitude is for this thing. With the Juno engines, this thing is going to way overperform. I mean, this thing is just all wing and engine and very little mass. Look at that cloud formation back there. All right, 6,000 meters and climbing. Quite the view Jeb has out of that airplane. All right, 7,000 meters. $7,500. Alright, I'm going to slow us down to a 10-degree climb. There's 8,000 meters. Twitch freeze again. So what are you guys working on in Kerbal? If you're playing Kerbal, what are you working on? Alright, there's 9,000 meters. Landing on Nodens. Mostly rockets. Welcome back, Jade. Welcome back. Jade, we made a little science hopper and we hopped over to the pyramids to get some science. Now I'm just, while we're out, I figured, all right, what is this thing? What can it actually do? There's 10 kilometers. All right, I'm gonna drop us down to a 5-degree climb. It's not fast. It's not meant to be fast. It's 10,500. There's 11,000. Dropping the nose a little bit more so the speed comes up just slightly higher. But we're still climbing. We're getting there though. There's 11,200. Doing over 300 knots. You see the lightning in that storm down there? Or lightning. I think I want to go down and fly through that storm cloud after this. There's 11,300. 11.5. $11.6. Oh, well, we know if we have to take something up for testing, for any testing contracts, put it on this thing, because this thing just keeps going. It's got a lot of wing. What's the actual limit of a Juno engine? I mean, this thing is putting out only 5 units of kilonewtons of thrust right now. And there's 12,000 meters. This thing can easily probably fly to 13,000. Engines are down under 5 kilonewtons of thrust each. It can fly high, it just doesn't fly fast. We are plenty high. I want to go fly to that storm. You guys want to go fly to that storm? And I'm gonna have to flap it just to keep from overspeeding. Jade, no, not from the storm itself. It's just the usual biome stuff. It's just something cool to look at and do because... Storm. I probably wouldn't fly into something like this in real life. there's the rain. How ridiculous is this? I know, windshield wipers and synthwave music. Yeah, where's the bobblehead? So Jade, that's something you'll have to do for your OPT spaceplane is add bobbleheads to all the cockpits. But seriously, how awesome is that? Are the storms? All right, so we're gonna go bring the science back at this point. Yeah, the cockpit noise of the rain on the glass. Yeah. Jade, make sure it's a Kerbal in a grass skirt, in a hula skirt. And if you're really feeling cheeky, make it a KSA kitten that's the bobblehead. Man, that just looks like a bad storm. We can't actually fly this plane very fast at low altitude because of the high angle of incidence and the angled engines. But with all that wing, it's designed to get up off the ground as quickly as possible. Right, as I said, it wasn't designed to be a fast airplane. Because with our high angle of incidence, we're already doing 124 knots. If you look at our pitch indicator over here, right, it's in the negative. We actually have to pitch down to keep, which is why the plane is flying like this. It's literally flying like this because of the amount of lift and the wings are making and the torque from the engines. We got to keep the speed low. Dude, Acer man, dude, I would not. That would not surprise me. Like that would not surprise me one bit. We only use like a third of our fuel. Actually, yeah, about a third. By the way, if anybody wants to watch this playthrough from the beginning, I have been loading it up on the YouTube every day. Alright, so hit up my YouTube page. If I get enough followers, then I'll actually start making YouTube specific content. Centurion, we're trying to get more viewers in here, right? See all the wonderful things. Anybody forget to do the time change last night if you're in the US? There's our airfield, but I can't actually see it. Alright, now I can make it out. Alright, flaps coming down. Need our speed to come way down. Nice pancake. We overcorrected slightly, but that's all right. You can bring it back. And we're down. All right, we made it back safe and sound with all of our science. And that's a good shot. Alright, let's recover it and see how much science we brought back. Probably not a whole lot. There to the hangar via the cactus, yes. Alright, 6.2 science. That's actually not too bad, considering how little science that we've been bringing back. Alright, Jeb got a Research 2 ribbon for bringing back more than 50 points of science overall. Alright, the goal is to get to 90 science. We got a long way to go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and warp to the morning. We'll see what other contracts we have here. Interesting discovery. You have discovered an airfield in the desert on Kerbin. Really? Okay. Alright, but hold that thought. This guy's gonna go punch the bladder reset button, and I also need some food real quick. So give me a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. I needed some food, but I haven't eaten yet today, and it's like 2 in the afternoon. Okay. I need to cool down for a minute. Alright. Pressure readings on the surface, those are far away. Same with these for these flight. Technically, we could make a but I mean, it just we're gonna overload the landing gear because we only have the fixed landing gear unlocked. Right, I need landing, but I need electrics more, so electrics has to be what we unlock next. All right, we need more science. So I'm thinking that we do a Kerbal launch to high orbit. All right, I'm going to modify this slightly. Add a Science Junior on board. Bring that down so I can see what my actual launch thrust weight is. That is no wonder. That is way too high. All right, launch thrust weight. Generally, if I'm launching with SRBs, I bring it all the way down to like 1.35 to 1.3. Since these are going to burn out so fast, we're going to go to 1.335. Otherwise, you just accelerate way too fast in the lower atmosphere. That's what happened with our previous launch. All right, so the Science Junior, we're going to get high orbit science. We're going to get as much as we can. Oh, that's right. We have duplicate experiments that we don't need. We only need one thermometer and one barometer. Probably really don't actually need the boosters at all, but you know, like better to have it not need it than need it and not have it. Okay, so who's gonna go to high orbit? So Bob has not been in space yet, neither has Bill. So who you guys think should have the honor of being the first Kerbal to high orbit? Bill or Bob? Bill, the engineer. All right, Bill, the engineer. Your ass is going to space whether you want to or not. All right, the goal here is a high orbit, which is above 250 kilometers. Man, it's a good day to go to space. Look at that. We want all that glorious all those glorious rocket sounds. All right, making sure guidance and everything here is set. Guidance is go. Bill Kerman is go. He's partying like an animal in there. The rocket is go. We are good for launch. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, main engine start. 1 and liftoff. Coming up on Mach 1. Passing to the cloud layer. Alright, stand by for booster engine cutoff and separation. We have good booster cutoff and good separation. I keep forgetting to add dynamic or static pressure, so I can tell when we pass max Q, or actually dynamic pressure rather, so I know when we pass max Q. This rocket's really not coming over. Passing through an altitude of 38 kilometers. We are now 47 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Bill at about almost 3 Gs of acceleration at this point. Passing 53 kilometers altitude, and we're now 70 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Alright, we are coming up on main engine cutoff. And there's Miko. Alright, we have good stage separation. And good upper stage ignition. Alright, Bill is in space. Oh, our apoapsis height is plenty high already. Didn't even realize that. We have an apoapsis height of 200. Let's make it 270. And that is not what I meant to do. I tapped the key by accident. Come on, get off of me. Well, we're not going to get a Science Junior Science. I don't know where that's going. Oh, shit happens is our rule of thumb, generally speaking. Right, if it's an error I make, we suck it up. So we're still going to get high orbit science. But minus the Science Junior. And luckily we weren't actually close to orbit yet, so Bill will actually be coming back down to Kerbin, just not where we were hoping to come back at. Yep. Yeah, Bill's the redheaded stepchild of the Kerbals. Oh, my fat thumb accidentally tapped the space bar. Don't tell me you've never accidentally thumbed the staging key before. All right, and Bill it's now official. Bill has been higher than any other Kerbal. Hey, NorCal, what's up, buddy? It has been a while. How are things? Spending all your time in RP1 Landia? How is RP1 Landia these days? No, so Bill still isn't going to get an orbit ribbon. Bill's going to have been to high orbit, or high orbit altitude, but he still hasn't yet. He won't be making it into orbit today. All right, passing 230 kilometers altitude. And NorCal, I finally decided to give Kerbal some more time. And we launched a new career at stock scale. I tried to minimize the mods and it just, yeah. And for some reason I decided that 20% science sounded like fun. 20% science? Oh, wrong one.
20% science is not so much fun.
All right, we are now on high orbit. NorCal, thanks for that resub, buddy. Yeah, 20% is very rough. All right, there's our mystery goo magnetometer, our crew report, temperature scan, atmospheric pressure scan, second mystery goo. All right, Bill's gonna EVA here and get us an EVA report. All right, and then we're gonna collect all that science. I didn't mean to get excited again. And we accidentally staged, which is why we're not gonna make orbit. Right, and come back to where I wanted to come back, near the KSC. We're gonna be landing wherever. Where are we anyway? Well, that's not good. We're going to be going down very, very steeply over land. Get over there. My time worked too far. Damn. Hitting them G's, bro. 8 G's. Oh, Bill's gonna black out. Yep, there goes my night, Bill. Bill's taking a nap. We almost lost Bill. Hey, welcome back to the land of the living, Bill. You better come down in a biome that we haven't been to yet. We've been to the grasslands multiple times. There's nothing to be had here for science. We've milked that turkey dry. Why did I say milk that turkey? Who milks a turkey? Why did I say that? You have words ever come out of your mouth you're just like, where'd that come from? Like milk a turkey. Who the hell milks a turkey? NorCal, you really should. If you missed, go back in Nevada when we were just flying through a rainstorm just a little bit ago. Like, it is really and truly magnificent. All right, can we get an EVA report? No, we've already gotten that too. Really? We didn't come down that hard? Well, luckily it was just a heat shield. Alright, let's recover that. We're way out here in the middle of nowhere. Glad we're not doing manual recovery yet. Yeah, right? Alright. There's 15.1 science that we brought back from that. And Bill got a G-Force 7 ribbon, a Mach 3 ribbon. And Jeb is really jealous that he got a G-Force 7 ribbon because Jeb doesn't have one of those. Alright, Kerbin EVA ribbon, Dangerous EVA ribbon, and 10% solid fuel booster ribbon. Yeah, look at this screenshot, NorCal. This is KSP-1. How bonkers is that? This image alone would, you know, sells Black Rack's mod. All right, let's take a look at contracts. We also we get a small amount of science doing some of these contracts. All right, what's active? You know, the ones we can't really do yet. This is a really long way to fly. I doubt we'd be able to fly back there and back. All right, that one we can't do yet. Same with this. These are really far away. These are nearly on the other side of the planet. Wish we could do this, but we need to get rid of target scanning as a an experiment, because it's not an experiment. Old shores, badlands, tundra. Yep. These are all way too far away for us. Atmospheric pressure scan, tundra, southern ice shelf, tundra. We can't really reasonably fly that far yet, south yet. Same with that for the northern ice shelf. Our testing is a no bueno. Those are high altitude. These are on the surface, but I have a feeling these are really far away for experimental engineering. And of course we have the moon, which we're not ready for yet. Let's see, each of these gives us one science. Literally, this is how bad we are with how much we need science. That one like 4 science off of this is like, yes! All right, experimental engineering. Let's see where that actually is. Now, these are those other ones. I mean, from here to there. I mean, that's a good quarter way around the planet and back. And then we already have these, but that's nearly as far inland. That's the field research team. Where's the other one then? Those are the pyramids. That's that high altitude one. Where's that other one on the ground? Is it next to the other ones? It is. Yep, there's the experimental engineering. They're all right next to each other. That is a really long flight over there. Because it's so close to the other contract, I'm gonna go ahead and take it. Alright, because that's a decent amount of money. Alright, and it would also give us 7 science if we completed both of these contracts. But man, that is a really long flight. And we'd have to land in the wilderness. Probably more than once. Wait, are there any runways we can open up that are closer? Not to mention we may have to time warp so there's more sunlight over there. Well, I guess there's plenty right now. But where is... South Lake. I don't know if South Lake has a runway. Sandy Island. Does Sandy Island have a runway? Yeah, Sandy Island has a runway. $250,000 though to open it. Good lord. Yeah, that's the closest to that location, and it's still gonna be a long flight, but Sandy Island is the closest, and it's $250,000 to open that runway. Dorkel, I don't have a mods command. There is. Go to KSP mods channel on Discord, and go to the pinned messages. There's a full mod list. And since you are a Twitch subscriber, if you go into Twitch, our subscriber chat, you can actually download my entire game data folder of this install, minus Blackrack's mod. Right, to make it easier to install. But this is stock scale, just FYI. I went back and forth multiple times about going with at least 1/4 real scale, and then I said, I want to do space planes again. Because once you go to 1/4 real scale or above, space planes are no longer a thing. Not really, anyway. I guess Jade says, though, that with OPT it is now. All right. And so once again, that is an added benefit if you do subscribe to the channel, is that you can download my game data folder directly. All you'd have to do is throw in Blackrack's mod and you would match. And all you'd have to do is make your, take your KSP install, delete your game data folder, and then just drop mine in and you're set. That easy. Right, otherwise though, I do have a full mod list in the KSP mods channel under the in the pinned messages. And there's a text file in there that has all the mods listed out, minus their dependencies. I think I may have forgotten to note that. I gotta double check. But yeah, it's all the mods, but the dependencies are obviously part of that, even if they're not listed. Jade, I messed around with it. You end up with a stupidly, ridiculously large space plane for a very, very little payload. Like they end up becoming comically stupid, like comically large. Or comically little payload. What's up, buddy? Yep, Arc Raiders is definitely the fad of the moment. Oh, and
Elixir of the Gods, Dr. Pepper.
You're welcome for that. Quirt, I haven't even really looked at Arc Raiders very much. Dude, I got so much on my plate for gaming at the moment anyway. I mean, the game looks good, I'll say that. I mean, it does look good. Plus, it's one of those kind of games where I would get instantly I already know I would be instantly addicted. It's like I would live, breathe, eat, sleep, dream, and shit. Nothing but something like that until I burned out. Jade, because we'd probably need 39,000 viewers in order for that to actually happen, instead of 39. All right, what were we doing? I lost track of myself. What was I doing? I lost track. Oh, that's right. We were going to look at opening up that other airbase, Sandy Island. But man, 250 grand, that's a lot of money right now. Wow, 250,000 open, and we'd only get 2,500 back if for closing it. 250,000, is that right? That seems like a lot of money. Naval Air Station, Sandy Island. And even do the helipads, another 200 grand? What do they think? Or we're like printing money out here or what? $250 would leave us less than 100 grand. But it may put us close enough that we could also do that other aerial observation contract.
We're gonna feel this in the morning.
All right. Give you an idea, it costs 38 grand to take off with this plane. All right, I think we're gonna try the observation contracts first from Sandy Island and get some of that money back, because the other one requires us to land probably multiple times and or use this thing as a rover. And at 38 grand, we would be bankrupt. Right, so who's flying? All right, Val's flying, and Bob is gonna go to be the flight scientist. And let's go visit Sandy Island. Wonder if this gets us anywhere closer to some new or other biomes to land in for more science. All right, we gotta turn the spacecraft back down because the jet engines are so loud. Yeah, wow, this is just an island. Alright, I have a feeling that, yeah, there's no waypoint for this place. Alright, so let's make a waypoint for here. And Sandy Island Airfield. All right, NorCal, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for dropping in, man. I much appreciated. All right, so now we're here, so we're a little bit closer. So hit that one, and then this one. Oh, 520 kilometers, that's easy peasy. For this thing, that's easy peasy. All right, Val, you are cleared for takeoff. And we'll stick with 15 degrees. All right, we're gonna come right to a heading of 065, 066. I'd forgotten to turn on our aviation lights. There we go. I'll be happy when we finally unlock retractable landing gear. Unfortunately, it will not be the next thing we're unlocking, as we're trying to get the 90 science. Right, at this point, we're trying to beg, borrow, and steal, and milk the turkey. Yeah, to get the 90 science. All right, Jade, thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it, buddy. All right, let's drop the nose to 10. And we can do some time warp. Yeah, now that we have auto struts unlocked, we can do 4x fizz warp with our flights. All right, we're up through 4,500 meters altitude. In fact, what I'm going to do here is come out of that, and we're going to autopilot this shit. All right, let's drop the nose down to a 5-degree climb. This mass, we may not be able to get up to 8,000 meters for cruising. It may not be a good cruise altitude. Only because we're pretty heavy at the moment. I may have to adjust the wing on this. Probably should, actually. All right, I probably should have done that not in Fizz Warp, but all right. All right, but autopilot is now engaged. We're cruising at 8,000 meters. We are 430 kilometers out from our waypoint. Real time or game time flight time is 36 minutes, but we're flying 4 times faster than that with 4x Fizz Warp, so we'll be there in less than 10 minutes. But this makes it easy and I can finish my meal. Everything's more exciting in Fizz Warp.
That's what she said.
As we learn fuel, burn off fuel mass, all right, we'll actually pick up a little bit of speed. We're flying at almost 390 knots. All right, Mach 0.65 with fixed landing gear. We're hauling ass. And we have over 2 hours of flight time. Noswolf. All right, we gotta change the subject, otherwise I'm gonna say something that's gonna get me in trouble. I mean, for a jet, this actually is not a bad speed, but the fixed landing gear just like, it bugs me that we're flying this fast with fixed landing gear. I love these cloud formations, dude. So good. So good. Man, look how tall that storm cloud is. I mean, we're at 8,000 meters. That is airliner altitude. Alright, I had to pull us out of Fizz Warp so I can get a screenshot. Oh, the rain's gonna hit us? Man, it looks so good, man. And BlackRock did such an amazing job on these. All right, we're about 3 minutes out. Less than 3 minutes. All right, I'm gonna come out of Fizz Warp as we need to climb up a little bit. All right, come to 8250. They need to go to 8,500, but I'll let our speed come back up a little bit first. I'm gonna go back to standard fly-by-wire. I'm gonna set this to 8,500. And then I'm gonna go ahead and let us climb up naturally. A little bit slower than what it does. You can go in the advanced options and really fine-tune what the parameters are. Alright, but I'm gonna do a slow climb to 8,500, and then I'll use autopilot to hold us there. There we go. All right, and back up to 4x Fizz Warp. We're 80 kilometers out from waypoint 1. Is this flashing? No science to be had. Kerbal does have an amazing modding community. Oh, it's just a reflection of the beacon light. Hey, there's Moon. Everybody wave hi. Hi, Moon. Look at that. Man. Alright, I'm going to bring us out of Time Warp as we are almost in range. Alright, we're in range. Alright, we got those contract parameters. I'm gonna go to standard fly-by-wire. As we now need to go to that one. Alright, don't lose too much speed. And I'm gonna have so many screenshots. Alright, back into Fizz Warp. Once it gets dark though, man, we're not gonna see anything. Alright, we're 30 kilometers out from the next waypoint. Alright, I'm gonna come out of Time Warp as we're almost to the next one. That sky, dude. Ugh. Alright, there we go. right, we got the next one. All right, coming around. That sky is so ridiculous, dude. Oh, there are times in Microsoft Flight Simulator the sky doesn't look that good. All right, back into some fizz warp. 66 kilometers out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I mean, it is bonkers how old Kerbal is, and it still looks this good. You know, I mean, with mods, I mean, nobody knew that it could have looked this good back in the day, right? All right, almost to the last waypoint here. All right, we're in range. All right, we knocked that out. All right, back to Sandy Island. Be about a 10-minute flight here once we settle in. All right, back into fizz warp. We're chasing the sunset now. So we're gonna have a really long sunset. Well, maybe not. I was like, we're gonna have a really long sunset because we're chasing the sunset. And then it got all dark real fast. All right, step climbing us up here. We're up at 9 kilometers now, altitude. mean, just look at that. Is that bonkers or what? All right, 400 kilometers out. By the way, if anybody's curious about any mods specifically, feel free to ask and I'll point you in the right direction. Right, if you want to know all the mods, then they're in my Discord. If you don't have access to my Discord, just type in !Discord. And it'll be in the KSP mods channel in the pinned messages. Nazarin, yes. The only thing is, though, is that not all mods are available via CCAN. But yes, I highly recommend using it. Most of the mods are through CCAN. But there are some that are not. Alright, we're 285 kilometers out. We're traveling at nearly 400 knots. Just got pretty dark for us. Chasing down this sunset. Traveling almost due west. 200 kilometers out. Cruising at 9 kilometers altitude. And just over 400 knots. And about 100 kilometers out, we're going to have to start our descent. Boy, when it's dark though, man, it is dark. Dark, dark, dark. Well, looks like we're gonna be landing in the dark, dark. You know, flying all these planes the last couple of days is making me want to start playing flight sims again. I haven't played Microsoft Flight Simulator or DCS World in a long time now. Alright, almost 100 kilometers out. I'm going to come out of Fizz Warp. Go back to standard fly-by-wire. And let's go ahead and start our descent. Back into Fizz Warp. Alright, we are now 50 kilometers out. Passing through 4,000 meters altitude. Start to make out the base. Alright, we're now 30 kilometers out. And put us in a 10-degree descent. Alright, go ahead and turn on our landing lights. And our speed drop down a little bit more. All right, 19 kilometers out. We've never landed at this airfield before, so this will be a first time. Let's go to the radar altimeter. Can kind of make out the runway. All right, we're 13 kilometers out. Yeah, no pappy lights over here. Alright, good. Clear view of the runway now. Just flying to intercept our glide slope. Alright, flaps coming down. Now this only has the one set of flaps. The other airplane has two. Used a little over half of our fuel for this trip, for this contract. Smooth as butter. Alright, we made it back safe and sound. Alright, let's go and recover that. Alright, so that picked us up 3 science.
Woo, 3 science.
3 whole science points. 3. Alright, no new ribbons. But we did finally complete that contract. Alright, so that paid for 1/5. Well, actually about a quarter of that airfield opening. Right. So we have this other contract, but we got to land on the ground. We're going to actually have to land on the ground over here for this. And for that, we need to make sure it is daylight. And it's actually 2 contracts all right on top of each other. Alright, so I'm gonna leave that right at dawn. So if we fly off out of here, we should be able to, hopefully there's somewhere decent to land. Because they're still gonna be a little heavy. Well, we'll be taking off in the dark, but we'll be flying towards sunrise. We'll be flying out of Sandy Island Airfield. All right, this time Jeb is gonna fly, and he's gonna take Bill. No, we need to take Bob. We're taking Bob, just in case we need to reset some of the science experiments. Right, better to have him and not need him than need him and not have him. All right, Sandy Island takeoff. All right, so do you guys like flying planes in KSP, or do you avoid it at all costs? I actually enjoy it. All right, so we're taking off from the Sandy Island Airfield, and we are going to be heading over. There's two different contracts right over here. I'm just going to pick one of these along this area. I don't know how far away from each other they actually are. They're probably several kilometers. So we may have to take off and land multiple times in the wild, which on these landing gear is something I really don't want to do, and we're doing it on a heavy airplane on top of it. Right, this plane actually exceeds my recommended mass for the fixed landing gear. All right. Landing lights on. Aviation lights on. Guidance is on. Get those engines running. All right, Jeb and Bob are good to go. All right, Jeb, you are cleared for takeoff. And rotate. I'd say gear up, but it's not a thing. Oh, why'd you turn off the aviation lights? There we go. Alright, coming right, the new heading of 092. Flying almost due east. It's actually closer than the other contract we just flew. Just thinking on Jonah VATSIM. So, Quirt, I know you like playing VATSIM a lot, but do you like flying airplanes in Kerbal? All right, we're settled into our climb here, so I'm going to go ahead and hit that fizz warp. Get us up out of the soup. All right, now drop the nose down to a 5-degree climb. Get my autopilot here set up. All right, passing through 7,000 meters, dropping a nose a little bit more, let our speed come up. Quirt, yeah, that's from Waypoint Manager. It is very, very handy. Alright, autopilot engaged. I keep doing it in 4x Fizz Warp. I need to remember to turn Fizz Warp off before engaging. Alright, gonna let our speed come up. 360 kilometers out. Some AP now. Nicandria, what's going on? How you been? Bert, you like my planes? I like my planes too. Surviving in the land of the lawless, apparently. Oh, and here's that sunrise I was talking about. Is we need to make sure it is sunlight for sure for landing in the wilderness. It would be suicidal to try to land it in the dark. As you can see, it's now the Terminator is moved quite a ways. When we took off, the Terminator was right over our objective. Master Braytac, welcome back. Priesty, what's going on, man? Yeah, I haven't streamed Kerbal very much over the last several years. Over the last couple of years. I got burned out, plus KSP2 was a... But yep, we're back. Behind to me, what's going on, man? How you doing? So, Nicandra, are you still streaming? I haven't paid attention to anybody. Yeah, it's nearly impossible to try to stream seriously anymore. I mean, unless you just get lucky and go viral with something silly or something. Or you want to test the limits of what Twitch will allow. So are you gonna start doing hot tub streams? Is that what I'm hearing? I think that is so ridiculous. I just Yeah, when people started doing that on Twitch, I was like, you cannot possibly be serious. Hey. I don't know, it just seems so silly to me that, you know, it's like, wow, are you really... never mind, I don't want to open that can of worms. That is a rabbit hole. All right, we're 140 kilometers out. We'll need to start our descent here momentarily. And we're still really heavy. I said we do not have retractable landing gear unlocked yet via the tech tree. We only have our fixed landing gear. And these are not, they don't like high mass. Right? Usually about 5 metric tons is my recommended limit for these. And this airplane weighs 6. We've burned off probably about maybe a ton of fuel. Maybe. But it's still, I mean, for landing on the runway, it's okay. But landing in the wilderness, in rough terrain,
it might leave a mark.
Dump the poop tanks? Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure that might happen. Jeb and Bob may do that anyway, based on how rough the terrain is where we have to try to land. All right, autopilot off. Start dropping the nose down. We may have to circle around a little bit to find, you know, to even see if there's a decent spot. Kendra, I forget what type of law do you practice? Criminal. Oh, so you're the Canadian version of the Lincoln lawyer. Oh, you're a prosecutor. Okay, you're on the other side. Did I know that you were actually a prosecutor? I don't remember that. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's not like they're a criminal or anything. Alright, we are 11 kilometers out. Oh, we're over grasslands. That makes it nice. Alright, let's bring it down. Alright, I'm gonna go with flaps down. We couldn't have asked for a better biome for landing in the wild. On maternity leave? What? Congratulations. Guys, can I get some love and chat for Nicandria, who is expecting? Wait, maternity leave, that means you're not expecting anymore, right? You're now a mom? I'm a knack? 10 months old. Oh, wow. Man, has it been that long? It has been a really long time. Wow. Well, congratulations on motherhood. Is she speaking yet? Only the important words like mom. You know what's funny? A couple of weeks ago when I was at the park with Delta V, a little girl, a mom was pushing her little girl, little baby, right, young, probably roughly maybe right around that age or so. And I got to experience her first word because she pointed at Delta and goes bow wow. right? And mom suddenly, because mom was on the phone, and suddenly trying to get off the phone, trying to, you know, record and trying to get her to repeat it. But yeah, the little girl's first words were bow wow. I mean, it wasn't like bow wow, it's like bow wow. All right, hold on here. As I'm trying to not bounce it. Well, shit. Well, we're gonna get one of them. As I said, landing in the wilderness is. And what gave up the ghost first? The landing gear croaked. Yep, that's what I thought. We're still too heavy. Well, except we're not going to be able to get that because our magnetometer is gone. Our magnetometer was in the tail. It's gone. So we made it here, but yeah, we're not going to get anything out of it. And Cherokee, how you doing? Yeah, lovely landing amongst the flowers. I don't think we're going to be able to do it with these landing gear. Well, that happened. Got to screenshot the disaster. But to me, your little guy's first word was kitty and you don't even own a cat? Well, you know it was on his mind. Oh, sorry. Quert, yes. Well, it still has a weight limit, but they can hold more weight than these can. More mass than these. But you're not. But we don't have them unlocked yet. Sorry, Bond, to me. I couldn't help it, man. I could not help it. Oh, crap. We crashed it. All right, let's recover. Oh. That's a bummer. We flew all that way and we came back with less than what we left with. Right, we lost about 18,000 in value in parts of that airplane. But to me, yeah, both Kerbal survived the impact. Yes, that's the important part, right? The Kerbal survived. Because I was feeling really smart at the time, I chose 20% science when we started this career.
Never, ever go down to 20% science.
Right, so we need landing to get that landing gear, but the problem is we're running out of science that we can get on Kerbin. Like, we are really running out, right? And to be able to get more, I need electric. So even if I get to 90 science, which we're 20 away from, well, which is gonna be to get, we're still gonna have to go with electrics, right? Is I need the solar panels so we can actually start launching satellites. Right, but we've milked most of Kerbin for much science as we can get for the time being. I mean, there's a little bit more we can get from some of the rare biomes. Problem is getting there and then landing, right? And if you, I mean, and if you have an airplane that can fly really far, it also means it's going to be really heavy. Right, like we still need to fly to both the northern and southern ice shelves. We can get science from there, but those are really long flights. And I mean, what you saw is we flew from here to there. Right, and that's nearly 500 kilometers. So here we know the KSC is on the equator. So that's probably a 1,000 kilometer, probably 1,500 kilometer flight, close to. Yeah, but KSP2 is doomed. Like, I mean, doomed before they even started. Because of executive decisions before they even hired the first crew to start working on it. Like, they were already doomed to fail. Correct. Anything else? Yeah, you haven't seen anything about Kitten Space Agency? Where's my Discord? There it is. All right, so KSA is our Kitten Space Agency is going to be the spiritual successor to KSP-1. Most of the KSP-1 devs are working on it. Right, and the same with a lot of the big mod authors like Lynx, BlackRack just did these clouds. All right, did BlackRack that did this stuff is also working on KSA. But they have their own Discord. They're thinking about either this week or next week releasing to the public. But they've only been working on it for a year, right? So it is not that far along, right? In terms of some things, right? But they're using a custom game engine, which is something that Kerbal, never stood a chance with. Right, but you can see it's already, I mean, only 1 year in, it's already looking pretty good. Right, and they've already started making some parts. If you know Shadow Zone on YouTube, Shadow Zone has a couple of videos on this. There's a couple of others too. But yeah, they've been releasing, tech stuff. Or, tech images, development images. This is from Lynx working on terrain, showing it, improvements to terrain. Right, the protagonists are going to be kittens this time instead of Kerbals. Right, so and the water and clouds is pretty much the same. As what we're seeing, or is what we have right now with BlackRack volumetric clouds mod. Right, so they have some, as I said, they have some parts. There's no editor though, There's no, so the only way to actually assembling something is in an outside tool. All right, but it is looking pretty good. Yeah, now you may have to play with the kittens. All right, but their Jiminy capsule looks pretty good. Waves? I did not see this. I did not see this. That's insane. If BlackRock is able to pull that off, that's pretty insane. But as I said, this is still very, very early in development. It's only been in development for a year. All right, so they are going to do, as I said, within the next week or two, do a full public release of what they have. And they're going to open up for donations, right, to help further support the project. Right, they're approaching this from a different pathway than they have with their other Rocket Wars games. Just for the clouds and the water, the flowers and the terrain textures and all that, that's links. So, Nicandria, I take it that you like kittens more than you do space frogs? That's what I got out of that statement. Yeah, kittens are better than space frogs? You like kittens more than you like babies. You better delete that message so that your kid never sees that when she gets older. Yeah, but she doesn't understand it yet. Wait till she understands. That's good. I like when I'm at the park with Delta V and we're playing Frisbee. And many times, you know, parents will come over with their kid, even all the way down to like 18 months. You know, they're still barely walking, more or less. You know, and they'll throw the Frisbee. You know, they can't throw it very far. They're going to throw it like a foot or two, right? And they throw it and Delta jumps right in front of him, grabs the Frisbee, but never comes actually close to hitting him. But the look on that kid's face is like Christmas morning. And I get to see that all the time because there's always somebody new bringing their kid over. You know, and for kids that are slightly older, you know, like, you know, 5, 6, 7, they can give her commands, you know, sit, lay down, all that stuff. And it's Christmas for them because they're actually getting to tell somebody else what to do. You know, they're always, you know, the ones getting told what to do. So them getting to tell a dog what to do, you know, they get a kick out of it. Oh, she likes the cat more than she likes you. I had a cat when I lived in Mexico. I accidentally stepped on him once when he was a kitten and I broke his femur in the middle of the night, and I had to take him to the hospital for an emergency surgery. He had a rod sticking out of his hip for like 6 months. Poor cat, but he fully recovered. But yeah, they had to cut open his leg from his knee all the way to his hip and put a rod all the way through his femur. Yeah, so when you get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, turn on the light. That was a very expensive endeavor. Not to mention the fact I had to keep the cat in a box for several weeks before he could start walking around again. All right, let's see what other contracts we can do here. Well, he was a black cat, so stepping on the middle of the night in a dark room, right? Because he was in a laundry basket, and I guess he climbed out. Right, I kept it, but he was still a kitten. Like, I mean, like kitten. Luckily, it was just his leg I stepped on. Yeah, his name was UFO, unidentified furry object. But I was calling him UFO, but a little kid that lived that lived in the area couldn't say it, so he just kept saying UFO, and so UFO stuck. I remember. I didn't know your cat was blind, but I kind of remember your cats. Man, it has been a minute. Holy cow. Dying for a new kitten. You know, it's like I get asked a lot at the park about, you know, a couple, especially if they have a new kid, you know, a newborn-ish, right? You know, like, hey, we're thinking about getting a dog. What do you recommend? Like, well, first, are you really sure? Because it's going to be like having another kid. Kitten's a little bit less, but an actual puppy, man, it's just as much work as having a kid. And I guess Brooklyn passed away too last year. Brooklyn was the brown dog, the half Malinois, half boxer. She passed away last year. Oh yeah, yeah, it would be all needles. Yep, that would, yes. And declawing a cat is like one of the worst things you could possibly do. In fact, here in California, they just outlawed that. You can no longer declaw a cat. All right, let's check our contracts here. I don't know where this one is, but I'm gonna go ahead and take it. High altitude. Oh, that's a moon. We can't do it. We're not ready for moon yet. Not really up for doing tourist flights either. All right, well, I think this is probably a good spot to call it a day then, after that accident that we had. Big storm coming up over there. I still can't believe this is KSP1, man. KSP1 has come in such a long way because of mods. It's really come a long way. All right, but let's go ahead and call it a day here. And so we've been going for a little over 5.5 hours. As I said, I'm trying to keep between 4 and 6 hours, and not more than that. Oh, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. All right, so if I stream tomorrow, it probably won't be until the evening, as I have a whole bunch of stuff to do around the house, or at least try to get done around the house tomorrow. All right, for anybody that's missed any of the earlier videos that we've done in this, I've been putting them up on YouTube. Right, so this one will also be uploaded to YouTube later this evening. Probably won't be available though until tomorrow morning at some point. Right, but there is YouTube. All the other series that episodes that we've done so far in this playthrough are already up on YouTube. Right, and if you need Discord, Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Blue Sky. There you go. Once again, I have the mod list and Discord. Also, I set up a new thing because Kerbal X has been kind of weird about craft files. Well, not about craft files, but just Kerbal X has been weird about being up or not. Right? I don't know what's going to happen with that website. So I've created an area in my Discord. So if you want to share your craft files, feel free to do so. Right? And just go down to the KSP1 craft files or KSP craft files forum in my Discord and post away. All right, but I want to thank all you guys for coming and hanging out today. Much appreciated. If you've not hit that follow button, please do so for me now. Thank you so much, Mr. Simple Rick. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dear Nazenman, I'm sure I'm probably mispronouncing that. And Messias, all the follows today. Pizza Potamus. Thank you for the follows. All right, let's see here. Who can we pass some love on to? Who is up in streaming today? We can go hang out with my man Jamorian. Jamorian is doing some Dyson Sphere program. And Jamorian is the most relaxed and laid back guy on Twitch that you'll ever see. Like, seriously. But he also just awesome guy to hang out with. So we're going to go raid Mr. Jamorian. So until then, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, where you may be. Until then, here is Jamorian. And thank you again, everybody. Have a good night.
Oh, coming in hot. Yep, we're during a hot battle scene here. Welcome everybody.